Please be very jank. What the? Ruh-roh. What have we gotten ourselves into? Locked.
Elden Ring. Oh, Elden Ring.
This is it? This is the whole demo? Hello, doll. You need to get out of here. You have something of a responsibility. Look to your feet, for I've given you a way out. It's like Dark Souls. Dude, the controls? You can't even change the controls. They put dodge on fucking square. Bruh. Have you ever played a Souls game before? Can I not move left, right, and options? I mean, I can. It's not more options, though. PS2 Souls like. Do I even have a weapon? Can I even attack? You wanted to try this? Now you might just watch instead. Yeah. Am I dead? Maybe there's a weapon over here. Coming through. Then the illusory wall. I can stop. Oh! Oh! Oh, a sword. Is it equipped? Oh, there we go. And charge attack. Caged doll. Are you seeking an out from this decrepit prison? Appear rather lost, but with a determined allure. You can find the lever that lowers my cage, and I'll gladly help you, darling. Oh, there are illusory walls. I knew it. Should I have done that? I did get her down. Maybe I gotta kill these green guys. This game Pog, it's super Pog, bro. Red ribbon. And you don't get much stamina in this. Oh, whoa! Come in here, you fuckers. Oh! Oh, I see. Jump. Is there a running attack? Oh, it is a running attack. Can critical hit enemies. Okay. Rusty knife. Oh, you can combine. How do I use? Whoa. You can block. I think. Jesus! I'm fucking destroyed, man. I have like 2 stamina. Can I sneak? Wait, I saw it. Oh, yeah. Oh. No. No, what am I doing? Ugh. Oh. Does it at least feel okay? I mean, the game's a little... It's a little janky. Wind blades. Press hold attack after blocking to perform a block counter. The Stealth Sword Twin Blades. Stamp?
Welcome home,
Steel
Ashen
stamping
One.
tool for imbuing weaponry. Hmm. Hey Gulch, thank you for the 45 months. Dang, get wrecked. You drop anything? Oh, wait, what was that? Gates with an emerald tint.
Stranger, stranger. Thank you.
I wonder what that opens. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Oopsies. Oh, you get your flasks back, though. Alright. We're gonna fight a boss on top of the castle. You fighting the bell gargoyles up here. Smoky. Oh shit. Oops. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot to change the YouTube title. I don't know, do I go like into the dead center? What the hell is this? What the heck, man? Gotta be that key then that I got, right? I'm not trying to break the game. I'm just trying to figure out where to go, dude. Fucking 2 stamina. Gonna attack twice, dude. It's like Dark Souls 2. End of demo? Maybe. I think we need to figure out where that key we got is used, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't have knocked down that NPC. I don't know where else to go. Is there a room with 2 enemies? I don't know. Was there? Maybe here. That was death. This is the way that got blocked off. Oh, maybe this? What? What the hell is this shit? There's nothing here. Oh. Hello. Oh, I missed this. Aha. Hmm. Okay. Did you have such little stamina in this? Oh. What was that? Somebody throwing stuff? Missing. Apple key. Missing a lever. That suggested this. Yeah. I mean, I looked at it. It looked kind of interesting. It's honestly kind of jank, but it's just a demo. Oh, shit. Oh my god, the boss. Alright, time to hit some big parries. Is he attacking? Dude, he's so fast. I'm fucking lagging. Getting lag spikes. And riposte. There's two. What the fuck? No! Threat slain. Liberation. Wow, look at this first person view. Oops. Did I just eat a ribbon to just restore health? Maybe I did. Oh yeah, that might have been where I knocked down the girl. Or the doll, whatever. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Oh. Oh. Okay. Are we free? There's an item you need that spawns the boss on the top of the roof. Oh, okay. It's probably the end of the demo already. What a game. Yeah, that was okay. that was all right. Not not the best. You know, I'm kind of curious about that Labyrinth of the Demon King game. I kind of want to try that now. I don't know. Have you guys... Is it good, chat? Is it worth it? All right, let's watch Cookie's new skip. Romeo skip. Oh, really? Another base game skip, eh? So what do you even need to fight now? You need to fight Donkey. I guess you fight Donkey, Fuoko, Andreas, and Victor. What if there's still a way to do the Rosa Isabel skip, or what is it called? I don't know that. What if it's still possible to do that skip in the like training room in the hub? I mean, I know the old way you needed to zip, but like maybe there's still a way. And where the hell are you even going? Yeah, we finished the demo. It was really short. Wait, you're here? Or wait a sec. Oh, so this is Romeo into Grand Exhibition skip then. I see. Where did you do this? Is this like, this is after you go up the... I don't know how to explain it, but I think yeah, it's after you get out of the sewers, there's like that NPC guy there, right? Yeah. Dang. That's pretty nice skip. It's crazy how much skips have been found in the Liza P DLC at this point. Time to practice. Honestly, like, I really do want to do Liza P, but I don't know, it's just with Death Stranding 2 coming out in a few days, it just feels kind of like a waste of time. Alright, so, well, I don't know, chat. We could try Labyrinth of the Demon King. We could do just casual RE7. Do like a Madhouse run. Maybe do the DLC as well. Night Rain, I mean, we could also do Night Rain. RE4 Valkyrie. I did want to try that mod too, yeah. I forgot about that already. Marathon this weekend? Probably not. I just don't really have enough time. You won't regret Demon King? Yeah, I played Timesia when it came out. It was good. I do kind of want to try the Valkyrie mod for RE4. Soul Salt 5 just hit live servers. All right, well, we'll watch Soul Salt 5 while we decide what we're gonna do.
Wait. Give me that ass. Oh, What? Did that just happen?
Oh. No, no. Dude, that's so fucked up. Why did I go up this fucking ladder, man?
Mod, someone fucking find me that Chatter's tax returns and find something illegal about it.
So I think we're okay. I did see a red enemy someplace that looks... What was that?
Yeah, alright. 1 HP!
When did you... What?
I thought I stuffed on Herbert. Are you kidding me? I got so confused. Oh my god, what did I just do?
Oh, where I am. Nice. Wasn't that?
Just as planned. Though, there is a situation here right now that I'm not quite fond of right now, because please let me go through. This is so bad. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
Oh. Oh. No. Oh, come on, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? This fucking dwarf from over there? Oh my god, man.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Not that. Anything but that. Tanimura!
Holy shit, hold on for a sec! I'm alive! I'm alive! Heal me! Oh god, oh shit, oh shite. Where's the door? Get the door! Get the door! Pop a lifeies. And there's a fucking, there's a dog! Don't! No!
This area, even though it's late game, is technically not. It's probably easier. Yeah, it's not any harder in reality. Oh, oh, fuck! Oh, Jesus! No, no, no!
Like, where? Where? Who? There's no enemies! Oh! Dude, I don't want to play this game. There's no enemies that are who? Who?
Hi, Dark Lurker.
Oh.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm going to Mars, man. Elon.
Crimson water.
Hello, motherfucker.
Oh! Oh!
Who knows, Sam? Maybe.
Listen, there's nothing wrong with not using Y. It's a useless... Are you joking? Are you... Ah!
Very high bonfire aesthetic loop on that playthrough. Well, that just happened.
In a way.
Don't. No fucking way, dude. Oh my god. That clip of Milan being stuck in the ceiling is hilarious, actually.
In a way.
Yeah, if you kill Alon when he's midair, he like ragdolls. But most of the time his body like goes flying. Don't. No fucking way, dude. Oh my god. How does this game do this sometimes? It's insane. How does that happen? Like,
Are the gargoyles this run? It's the same boss fight like 5 times. And then, what the fuck?
Oh my fuck. Oh my fuck, I'm completely trapped. I am literally completely trapped. Oh.
Oh shit! Don't backstab me! Brother, fuck brother. Brother, fuck brother. Oh, no! God, suck my ass.
Oh, Lobos.
What? What the fuck just happened? Oh, now I'm totally dead. Yeah, that's great, thanks.
Bruh. Okay, I can't go anywhere. He's blocking my way out.
Why? What?
Oh, holy shit. No, no. Why did I climb the ladder? I don't want to be there because I'm gonna have to run into the...
Alright, but I don't think we can access it. Okay. You tell me these guys are not going to attack me. Oh. Okay. Interesting.
Were in Shoal really dying today? Good question, to be honest. It actually just zipped me off the ledge. It just zipped me. It zipped. I got zipped. What? What just happened? It zipped me.
Pig!
I'm dead. 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 Oh my god. Oh no. Back to asylum. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Pig!
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Pig!
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
Pig!
I'm dead.
Why don't you walk by that rock, see if you can kill yourself or something? Oh, kill one of them. Oh my god! Whoa!
What
Get
the
off the
fuck?
worm! Whoa, where did it go? Bro!
What the fuck was that?
No! Oh, this fucking enemy is so bad. Oh.
Yeah, I've been there, buddy. You can't make this shit up. Like, what is wrong with this game? How is that a miss? How is that a fucking miss, dude?
Oh! No! I accidentally used the pyromancer glove.
I mean, fog wall him, but he might backstab me while I'm fog walling. I don't know how it works in randomizer. Let's see who it is. I'm gonna feather out. Holy shit! Get me out of here! Oh god!
Oh! I got slowed down, I couldn't move. I got slowed down and I couldn't move. I couldn't move, it wouldn't let me. Why was that very, 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 very specific enemy there?
Bro. What the fuck? Oh my god.
And bro got so scared all of a sudden. Please smash him! Smash him! Not me! No, me!
What? What just... What? What?
Thanks, dude.
RE4 Rando permadeath is gonna be a banger. What? Yeah, okay. No!
I was really hoping he would get hit by that.
Yeah! That's why you never attach, dude. You see that? I went for one extra hit.
Is that Vendrick? What the hell? Move! Move! I'm dead. There's two! There's two bosses in this room! There's two!
Oh my god. Oh no! I hate this game.
If I'm being honest. Sekiro is just too fun. Huh? There's nothing there! Where is it? What? There's no way! Oh, where? Where is that hitbox? Tanimori, there's nothing there!
That was too close. We're stuck here forever. We're stuck here forever, dude. We're stuck here forever. We are. It's so over. Yeah, let's go. Ah.
Oh my god, we did it!
Let's go.
Thank you, Tanimura-san. It is done. It is done. It is finally over.
166 attempts. Oh, that was sad. That was a good one. There's a lot of funny clips that I hadn't seen in that one. DS3 randomizer permadeath 1. Good question. Yeah, here's a link. All right. So yeah, Labyrinth of the Demon King, or some Night Rain, or some RE7. Anything but Night Rain? What, do you guys not love Night Rain? I think Night Rain's okay. Night Rain had potential to be such a good game, though. And I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of what they're doing with the enhanced bosses. Like, the enhanced bosses are cool, but only getting one per week is kind of cringe. I mean, I understand why they're doing it, but yeah, kind of annoys me. And the thing is, like, are they going to... Do you think they're going to release... do we know, like, is the previous boss going to get removed from the queue, so there will only be like one active at a time? So much they could do to make it a better co-op game. Instead, they're just making hard bosses. I mean, I think the hard bosses are cool, but honestly, the Night Lords are a lot of fun to fight, but day 1 and day 2 gets so repetitive in Night Rain. It's just so, like, you do a boss and there's two end of night bosses you're gonna get. You know, honestly, why not, for the enhanced bosses, they should just open the pool up to like everything. Like, just have it be any boss at the end of day 1 or day 2. At least. Because there's only like two seeds that you can get, like 2 or 3 seeds for each expedition. If there's only going to be one enhanced boss available at a time, why not just add in all of the bosses for day 1 and day 2 and like end of night? It's like, yay, we get to fight fucking Ancient Dragon 20 times when I'm doing... Because, like, the enhanced Gaping Jaw fight is fun, but you're fighting Ancient Dragon half the time. It's either Ancient Dragon or, what's the other one you can get? I don't even know. I can't remember. I don't think it's Dancer. I think it's Nile. Neil, whatever the fuck. Because, oh, no. I think you're right. I think it's Crucible Knight and Hippo. You can get Freya day 1. I don't think you can get her for day 2, though. I don't know. Either way, there's really not that many options for what you can get. Which kind of sucks.
First of March, it's clear to me there's something that's uncomfortable.
Actually, let me turn on some... Sorry, the music was kind of loud. Looks like I'm opening Death Stranding. I have like choice paralysis, chat. We just need to choose something to play. I mean, the thing is, if I do a poll, I know what people are gonna say. There's no point. Check out a short hike. It looks cute. I don't know if that's what I'm in the mood to play right now, but... Then choose. I told you, I've got choice paralysis. Also, God, it's like so hot in my room right now. A short game that is fun but low commitment, like Persona 5. Yeah. Not a dist game? How do you know what is a dist game? Love to see you play Hollow Knight again sometime. I mean, alright, I know I've said this a lot, and I'm sure you've heard a lot of other people say it, but I will definitely be playing Hollow Knight again before Silksong comes out, whenever we get an actual official release date. I don't know. We could start Labyrinth of the Demon King. I do want to play RE7, but I don't know if I want to do it today. I don't know. I kind of want to just try. I kind of want to do something new. So I don't know. We could try Labyrinth of the Demon King. I mean, it's got good reviews. People have been telling me to play it for a while. I'm down to try it. What even is this game? Is it a horror game? Is it like a dungeon crawler? I don't actually really know. This is a mature rated game that may not be suitable for some viewers. Oh, really?
Oh, majestic!
Heavy on the labyrinth part, you'll get lost. Well, we'll try it. I don't know. If I don't like the game, maybe we'll flush it. Maybe we'll see. But I'm gonna go get some water, chat, and use the restroom. I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll try this game. Alright, I'm back. Let me change my YouTube title. Boot it up. Saw Ella play this game. Ella played this? Really? I never saw that. Just missed that. Oh, okay, maybe we should do 60. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be finishing this in one stream, but we'll see. Alright, training room. Is it too loud? Sorry, I thought you were dead. What's with the funny look, traveler? Would you rather I let your corpse go to waste? Good meat is hard to come by down here. Anyway, you took a pretty big hit to your head. Surprised you're still standing. There's some spare sake in those crates behind you. Should help you with your injuries. Why don't you pick up your sword and break them open? Or if you feel like you don't need my advice, then just head out the door and back into the labyrinth. You. Okay. I just wanted to see. I mean, it's fine. He's okay. He didn't seem to mind. Can I press enter or E? Oh, okay, I can press E. Quick use, quick use. Oh, one is healing, two is stam. What was the other keybind? At least you can still manage that. Before I send you back out there, we better make sure you can still swing your sword. Probably going to die anyway, but maybe you'll be able to find some nice treasures before you go. Give me a moment to set everything up. Okay. I'm pretty good at swinging my sword. Oh, I'm out of stam. Regen's kind of slowly. Okay. You'll find your enemy guarding or attempting to parry your attack. If you hit them with your basic swing, you're going to fall into their trap. You need to either perform a heavy attack or kick the enemy to get through their guard. Okay. Oops. I didn't mean to. Carrying. Did that work? Seems pretty forgiving. Hmm? Move out of the way before they hit you. Wait, how do I dodge? Oh, space? Okay. Okay. He's dead. All right. Time to eat. Oh, whoops. Is there a way to sheath my weapon, I wonder? Not sure. All right, let's go. Okay. Cool. So we are hunting the demon that killed our lord. Okay. What are we eating? I was eating some pretzels. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, is there any more options that I can change? Out of curiosity. Doesn't really seem like it. I would like a torch. Can I take off my armor? No. Wooden coin blue. I don't remember how to, like... I guess I have to equip it if I want to... Gave us a torch. I feel like this torch is kind of weak, dude. Is there a... There's no brightness, so... Yeah, it is just one set brightness in the game. Would you rather no torch? Well, of course not. Well, I don't know where the hell I'm going. I guess I'm just gonna keep going down. Okay. Who is Grok? Made a mod pack for Stalker. Okay. I see. That's cool. Man. I made it to the gatehouse, but someone has boarded up the exit. I tried to pry off the boards, but I have no strength left. I can't even remove my katana from the wall. Something moving upstairs. Need to be quiet. So hungry, weak. Can barely move. I don't know what to do. If you're reading this, there's no hope for me and there's no hope for you. Give up. It's not worth the struggle. I don't give up. I'm not sure if there's like a quicker way to equip. Need the menuing. Gotcha. What the f— oh god, I'm poisoned. Well, I guess you have to find a map. I can actually jump in this game. It's nice. Can even crouch. But I don't know where I'm going. I mean, I think I'm meant to be lost. I don't even have a map either, though. What? A human here? Are you lost? What are you? I'm here to avenge my lord. Oh, another one. You've come for the Demon King. Well, he resides here, but you are not the first to come. Many souls venture here, desperate to seek out revenge for their lords, their lovers, or simply their honor. But you are no samurai. To travel here to avenge your lord, what could he have possibly done to earn such loyalty? Oh, I see. No, I'm sorry, I can't. If anyone finds out I helped you, I'm sorry, I really can't. Is there nothing you can do? Yes, I'm sorry, the entrance is behind me. Okay, I will give you some information, but that's all I could do. You won't be able to walk straight into the Demon King's lair, even with my help. To gain access to his room, there's something you first must do. In this castle, there are 4 towers. The Demon King resides in the last. Each of the towers has a warden, a keeper of that tower. Each warden carries a burden. If you are to face the Demon King, you must defeat each warden and shoulder their burden. Only then will the Demon King's doors open to you. There's another currently here, a priest. If you could find him, maybe he could help. Sorry, but please leave me now if anyone sees me talking to you. Wait, before you go, will you pray at the shrine? It could end up saving your life. Oh, is this how I make a save file? Yep. Offer. Oh, I need incense. Okay. It could end up saving your game, yeah. Just to serve him. You're cleaning some laundry. I stop for a moment to pray. Okay. Wait, she said the entrance is behind her. Wait a second, isn't this where I... maybe not. Hour of repetition. Okay, the priest is somewhere in there. I need items. The door is locked with an odd-looking contraption. 4 circular sockets sit empty. In the center of the contraption, there is a worn inscription. It reads, "When the 4 great kings sit upon their heavenly thrones, the path forward shall open." Okay. Well, I probably need 4 items, or maybe 1 item. Oh gosh. And we chopped off his head. Oh, there's money. Strange gem. Oh, we got a map. Nice. Wonder what we're gonna be able to spend our money on. Is there gonna be a merchant? Don't answer that. But there probably will be. Alright, I'm going upstairs. Okay, can see there's... Use other sword. I mean, I don't think there's like durability on them. This one has more speed. Whoa, holy sh... Oh. Oh! I was kind of fucked up. Oh, when you die, do you not actually lose progress? Ah, shit. Like, I think that enemy is still dead. That I killed from before. Oh my. Like so slow. Oh, and then I hit the fucking stairs again. Ooh, what the? Oh my. Alright, use our dodge. Oh my. Jesus, he's fucking crazy. Chill, bruh. I'm dead. I have no stamina. Oh. Well, we're fine. So, it doesn't seem like there's a limit how much you can save. Okay, so the sake is a heal. Saving with 1 HP. Well, I think... Yeah, maybe that was a bad idea. I don't know. Mushroom. Dedicated to the maiden of the castle. To ensure the castle would never fall, the princess offered her life and was buried under the central pillar. To protect her body, the 4 heavenly guardians were contracted. The mountain stands in the north with his black armor, pagoda in hand, full of wealth for the worthy. Komokuten waits in the west. Wearing his white robes, he commands the Naga, the serpent-like creatures of old. In the south stands Zokaten, his red aura burning bright. He augments the wisdom and moderation of the princess and uses his spear to pierce the hearts of evildoers. And in the east is Jiko Kuten, playing his blue biwa to entertain the princess while his trident stands ready. The 4 heavenly kings keep the princess from further harm. With her safety ensured, the pillar of this keep shall never fall, thus keeping the castle everlasting. Okay, so there's a pedestal. Don't like that. I don't like that sound. GG if there's 2 guys with chairs. True. To be honest. Seems like it's 4 hits to kill most of these guys. Okay, this is my position. I don't know what the red dot is. I don't know, man. This... Navigating this is kind of, kind of confusing. Lenses aid by slamming his fist into the ground, knocking back all evildoers. Huh. What the hell's going on here? I thought maybe you were friendly. Jesus. I have like fucking 2 stamina, man. I'm not patient enough for this. Oh. That's right. That's right, bozo. Don't really get anything for killing enemies. Not that you need to, just you know, you don't get anything, so. Well, you get peace and quiet. Heavy attack is good, but it uses it 1/3 of your stamina. There are stamina restoring items in this though, which I guess you're kind of meant to use. Oh gosh, no, not this fucking guy again. Shit, he's crazy. I feel like I should just use the dodge. God, dude, I'm so fucking... I'm getting fucked! No! No! Am I not blocking? I mean, yeah, I should be, but... Oh, full heal. Oh, that was beautiful. Back in business. I got some money, I guess. Really see anything else there? Maybe I missed something though. Is this where I came from? Is this a different path? I'm not sure how you use the talismans. Okay, well I can't go through there. We got another talisman though. Quell the anger of whoever his wisdom touches. I don't even think there's like a keybinds button. Oh, never mind. T. I feel like I missed something though. Like that, there's no way that path was just for a talisman. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. I think this game is cool so far. The graphic style is a little like... I mean, I know they're going for the like PS1 style, I think, but... It is very depressing color scheme in this game. Everything is so fucking dark. Okay, well we don't... So just to make sure there's no other pathway down below, right? I mean, I guess I could just check my map. No, there's that, which is the locked door. Forge, pool. Oh, okay. Just block. Dude, how is he not fucking dead? Dirty bandages. Lovely. Blocking me. Oh. I don't like this, chat. I need more drink. Item down there. Yes. We're getting a lot of money. Where the heck are we now? Oh, I see. I don't want to drop down there. Oh, shit. I have kick too. That's true. I do have a kick. Is one of them little guys going crazy again? Oh, fuck. No, 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 no. Still coming? Oh, he's still coming. Okay, watch this. Wow, kick is really good. Yeesh. All right, back to full HP. Whoa, no, no, no. You're not allowed to use a weapon. Only I am. I'm streaming from my PS1, yeah. True. Oh, a T. Nice. Okay, well. Feel. Oh! Alright, well, I think we gotta drop down at that one spot that we saw then. Anything over here? Money, money, money. How much money do we have at this point? $215. Pretty rich. Hello. Wait, maybe they're friendly. You good, man? I'm gonna take your stuff. Hell of the Black Rope. It's an old scroll containing a description of one of the 8 great hells. Those who have destroyed life or stolen anything fall into this hell. 2 massive mountains are found on the left and right side of this hell, and between the 2 mountains a black iron rope is fastened. Below the rope there is a great cauldron full of a dark, boiling substance. The sinners here have large burdens nailed to their backs and are forced to walk along the rope, doomed to fall into the cauldron. Even the strongest sinner will inevitably fall from this rope into the cauldron, where flesh is boiled from bone and bones are dissolved into an indistinguishable mass. Oh god. Oh, I got a hat. Or wait, what did I get? Was that not a hat? Highly sought after by Kappa. It smells terrible. I don't want to think about where this came from. Oh, I guess I'm not going to wear it because it's smelly. Alright guys, I gotta be right back. So keep our little friend company. Okay, I'm back. Did I kill them? Maybe they dropped something. Nah, probably not. I'll leave them be. I'm not that far into this game. Uploaded my new video on the wrong channel. No, I didn't upload on the wrong channel. I was gonna post on my main channel, but I don't know, man. Night Rain content's kind of doing shit. Well, at least for me, anyways. I mean, it's okay. It's doing okay. I shouldn't say shit, but... Man, I don't know which way I want to go. I'm gonna post my deathless challenge I did in Night Rain on YouTube at least. I will be posting that video on the main channel. Range gem. Hey, Polywalk, thank you for the gifted sub, man. It's nice that you could sprint without using stamina. You just need stamina to, like, attack. Wait a second. What? Yeah, it stops your stamina regen, that's true. But, doesn't really matter. Unless we can go up, we can't get to the forge, but maybe we can get to it. I mean, we have a red gem now. But it's for a statue. we could maybe... Okay, there's 4 slots on this thing. Or, oh wait, no. Oh, no, never mind. That's... Oh, wait, no, there's 4... Oh, okay, wait, I see. My god, I'm so bad with directions. Like, this is so confusing to me. So the pathway to the right is on the upper floor. Hey Jordan, thank you for the 11 months, man. Thank you very much, buddy. The forge is over this way, but I assume I was here before, no? Maybe not. Oh yeah, no, I wasn't here. This is the pathway to the pool. I think, isn't it? Oh, actually, wait. No. Yeah, no, that is the pathway to the pool. And this is just nothing. I don't think I can break these. I wonder if you move faster without a weapon out. I wish there was a button to like sheath and unsheath the weapon. Man, I don't know. I'm fucking lost. Maybe I need... Oh, I'm already fucking lost, man. The planks? Yeah, maybe. I mean, we could go back to the... We could go back outside. Yeah, we jumped down where we kicked the guy off. More downstairs. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe I have to kill this fucking... Oh, No, I didn't mean to... Oh, Jesus Christ. Just wasted my heals. Because I don't know, we got the red gem, which maybe that lets us get through that doorway that we saw earlier. We came down here, and this is where we got... Isn't this where we got the red gem? And then there's the hole in the wall back here at the pool. Okay. I think we need to go back to the door. I think my initial idea was correct. We want to go this way. Oh my gosh, this place is so horrible. Is this back to the door that we saw before? Okay, it says circular object should fit here, so... Okay, that's one of them. Wait, did I... Oh, there we go. Oh, we got two? Utsudan. Door is locked. This is a horror game, something like that. Box of bullets? Bullets, you say? Let's go to the tea room if we can. Oh, it's blocked. No tea room for us. Let's go down to the kitchen first. Check this tiny little room too. Oh, we have 6 of the fists. Do a lot of fisting now. I wonder how strong the fist is. What is this? Antidote. That bastard cook is trying to steal my room again. He believes my room should be his because it's right next to the kitchen, and he thinks it's unfair he has to sleep on the 2nd floor. But this is my room. It's mine, and I won't let anyone else take it. Someone poisons the castle food, then he'll take the blame. I just need to get the pantry key, then he'll get what he deserves. Dang. Sabotage. Oops. I just want to... I feel like there's no point in trying to block these guys. Hello? The fuck? The cat trapped me in here, wants to eat me. How do I open the door? Wait, who are you? Blacksmith, okay. Yeah, the blacksmith's in there, chat. Yeah, I don't like those sounds that he's making very much. He says we need to go upstairs, though. Oh yeah, the talisman. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try that next enemy I see. If I remember. Oh. You want to go? Actually, hold on. I'm going to look around first. Another Shirokadama. That weird fungus is now growing down the hall. No matter what we do, there doesn't seem to be any way to get rid of it. It grows so quickly and we find it everywhere. I swear I can see it moving and it's constantly making that weird sound. It creeps me out so much. Tried using water, fire, alcohol. We've even tried hacking the thing up using an axe, but almost nothing seems to hurt it. I've heard rumors that salt can cause the fungus to shrivel and die, but we don't have any salt. We can't get into the pantry. The key is lost. Too weak to break the door down. I hate this place. We have no food left, little to drink. My skin itches constantly. No one is coming to save us. I can't stand it anymore. I'm gonna try to leave. I don't know where we even are now, but surely there's something out there better than here. Plus a refresh. Here's your body of any ailments, so. That seems handy. Wait, so was I in the barracks? Oh no. Okay, the barracks are blocked off. Alright. Yeah, charge attacks seem pretty good. That was the talisman I used there, by the way. I mean, it did like 2 hits worth of damage? Well, actually, something like that. Large pulsing mass of flesh. Oh, I can do something with it? Maybe I can, like, burn it. Dude! God dang it, man. My frickin' talisman, dude. Wasted. Alright, well, let's go this way. Keeping consumables for Labyrinth King 2. Whoa! Chill, buddy. The 3 charge attacks to kill? 4? Charge attacks seem really good. Because, I mean, the enemy can't really do anything against your charge attacks, so. Can I cut through this? Something? Well, I'm not sure how to get through the fungus, but I can't use the torch. Yeah, I guess we need salt. They did mention that. But I don't got salt. You'd think the salt would be in the mess hall. Maybe I missed it. Didn't we go down this way before? Maybe I missed something. I guess I must have. Okay, well, I guess I need to get the key in order to get into the pantry, which probably has the salt. But we don't have the key either. He said the key was like upstairs. But I don't know. Actually, okay, wait, maybe I see. What happens if you don't respect the Butsudan, failing to maintain it and letting it fall into disrepair? Well, that's when you'll meet the Nuri Botoke. A great black rotting corpse with dangling eyeballs will emerge from the Butsudan to punish the ones who defiled or neglected it. Try as you may, but the Nurabakute will persist, for what is dead cannot be felled with blade or bow. The only way to get rid of this beast is to fix your wrongdoing and repair the Butsudan before you're dragged down into hell. I hope from now on you'll think twice before leaving your Butsudan open overnight or deciding to clean it another day. If not, sure you'll be meeting our friends soon. We were in here before. Do we not go this way, I guess, to the stairwell? Is this the stairwell? Did I slash one with my sword? I may have. This is an accident. Oh god, it's the fucking shield guy again. My god, I'm like trying to... the inputs are so... little clunky. We're fine. We're fine. This is why they give you the heals, so you can use them when you get hit by the shield guy in the face over and over again. Okay, hold on. So I came up... Oh, I'm here. Okay. So there was the path down, but the door was locked. If I go this way, there is a path this way. Cook's room. What the fuck is that? Dude, we should make a save file. Oh, it's a merchant. Oh, hello. Another here to slay the Demon King, I presume. I welcome you to the Labyrinth, traveler. I run the tea house that sits in the castle courtyard. If you ever make it that far, feel free to stop by. If you don't make it that far, well, I still carry a fine selection of goods on my back for sale. Castle courtyard. Seen the key for the kitchen pantry? Found it earlier. Why would you want to get in there? Someone's trapped in there. I'd like to help them. Haha, well, I trapped that little kappa for a reason. His flesh will surely make for some delectable ramen. Now, I simply don't feel like handing over that key for nothing, you see, so how about we make a deal? Say, if you manage to keep them grubby human paws off that pantry, then I'd be willing to give you some of my famous kappa ramen for free, naturally, and, since I'm feeling extra generous, some salt to sweeten the deal. Well, it doesn't seem like I have a choice. No? Well, as you wish. How about a different deal? On the first floor, there's an old Butsudan. No one visits anymore, so it's fallen into disrepair. If you bring me the statue from the Butsudan, I'll give you the pantry key. Okay. Thank you. Just bring me the statue and the key is all yours. What do you have for sale? Alright. Sake. Oh, he sells 3? Oh, no. He has 3, 45 each. Okay, I see. Purifies the body of any rot caused by inhabitants. Bandages used to stop bleeding. Filthy and may lead to infection. Here's the body of any poison. Oh, the antidotes. We actually have a few of those. Lead ball for rifles. Oh, a hand axe. 250? Well, I don't know if I want to buy that. I don't know. I'm gonna hold off for now. What the fuck? What are you doing? Gathering some meat. I use this to make the delicious sashimi sold at my tea house. If you haven't yet, you should come try some. The Demon King's latest game. Well, it wouldn't be very fun if I told you the answer, but maybe I could give you some advice. While exploring this place, you may cross some metal discs with a gem set in the front. There's 4 in total. The princess has 2, 1 kept above and 1 deep below, and then the other 2 are spread throughout. Now for the lock on the door, there's 4 circular slots, right? So 4 gems, 4 slots. Surely you can work that one out. As for where each go, I'd suggest checking the basement. The ones that guard the princess could tell you more. I don't know if I want to buy that axe. Fuck it. Maybe it's good. Well, let's go downstairs and we'll get the statue and then we can... No, not this way. We'll get the statue and then we can get the pantry key and get our salts and then we can do the fungus. Isn't there a shrine down here close by somewhere? Like towards the start? Oh, I think the red dot is the shrine. I just realized. Alright, where is it? I think I know where. Got it. Although we may be disrespecting it. You know, it's fine. We just made a save. Don't forget to stop by my tea house later. There won't be any kappa ramen, but I'll have some other tasty meals. Bye, cat friend. It's more like linear game. Well, kind of. But yeah. Are there any jump scares? No, it's not really like jump scary, to be honest. Okay. Let us go back to the pantry. Oh, what the? Oh my god. Oh, come on. No. Dude! What the fuck, man? Are you kidding me? Was this after I had... Oh, no, I didn't want to go this way. Oh, you can actually skip the animations. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank God. Yeah, the kick is good. Where? Are the enemies like random every time? What's going on? What? If any of your weapons or armor are feeling a little weak, just bring them to me and I'll fix them right up. Not for free, of course. I'll only do it if you bring me some Shiro Kadama. You know, the small balls found in a human's... Oh, yeah. Never mind, I could see from your face you don't want to hear it. Here, take this one in the house. Find me at a forge, give it back, and I'll fix your gear for you. For now, I'll head downstairs. There's a small forge down there. Once that goofy door is unlocked, I'll be at my wife's tea house. How do I open that door? Well, I'm probably not the best one to ask about it, but it's one of the stupid games set up by the creep who runs this place. The place is full of that junk. Usually he'll write down some kooky poem or something nearby as a clue, and you'll have to solve it if you want to get through this place. I only got a brief look at that one before the cat lured me in here, but I think it had something to do with the 4 heavenly pricks who lived on Mount Shumisen. I don't know, it all goes above my head. I'm just a simple kappa. All I need is my hammer and my forge, and I'm happy. My wife too, I guess, when she's not trying to turn me into food. If you like me and don't got the brains for solving it, go ask her. She probably knows more. Just don't believe her if she wants you to come wrestle in the pantry. Oh yeah, there's still a little bit of salt in here too, back in the corner. If you find any of that pink fungus crap growing on you, sprinkle some salt on it. Burns it right off, save my heavenly prick a couple of times. Now I'm gonna keep walking this way. Good luck in here, buddy. Maybe I'll see you again. Salt! Salt acquired. Nice. Alright, holy... Bro. My God. Fucking enemies hiding around the corners, dude. Yeah, salt has been banned for like 10 years on my stream. The other one was in the mess hall, I think. Oh God, here we go. Oh God, not again, dude. Oh. Oh my fucking God, you weren't even close to me. And the double hit. I should have used my heal, man. I had a heal, actually. I don't know why I didn't use it. Honestly, though, the fact that you don't lose progress when you die, it's like... It's like, why even use your heals? If you can just die anyways. I mean, I guess if you use your heals, you'd prevent yourself from... I mean, it saves you time, I guess. To die less, yeah. Oh god, it's the thing. He's pissed. I fucked with his statue. I'll fucking I'll kill you. Okay, maybe I won't. Remember, we can dodge. Oh, what? I don't like this, man. I don't know where to go, though. Maybe we just run away. Where is it that we need to go now, though? I guess back to... I think it's this way? Oh, come on. Oh, we're here. Long animation. Ooh. Wait. What the hell is that? Is it not? Oh, it needs a handle. Well, shoot. Alright, we need to get back to where we were before. It was just further up here, I think. Oh my god! I'm gonna use my tea because I really don't feel like going back. Okay, relax. Everything's okay. Everything is okay. Oh! Now that's what I'm talking about. We got a fucking bow? Maybe we should save that for like a boss though. I don't know. They seem kind of rare. So keep that for like some really super toxic enemy. I have 3 arrows, yeah. Second floor key. Oh, another tea? An incense? It's been nearly a year since Clan Takeda fell. Their castle and land is sitting empty, free for us to take, yet we're still stationed here. Why? Our lord spends all his time either making changes to this place or in his chambers with that boy. I fear one of the other clans will soon move in unless someone does something soon. Save it for the worms. Being able to stomp on the worms definitely helps. Definitely helps. Yeah, let's put our torch back out. Wait, is that all I found here though? This is the war room. Oh man. Well, actually, no. We got the second floor key. Yeah, that's good. Is there like a door we can unlock here to go back? Guess not. Oh wait, maybe the tea room. Where? Is there a secret here? Wait, what? It's on my right. Aha! Okay, we're back. Shortcut. Nice. Okay, so now we need to go back down here and then up to the second floor. Hard to keep your bearings in this game, honestly. Let the blacksmith out? We already did that though. Okay, so there's a locked door somewhere up here. Oh yeah, it was at the end of the path here. Okay, that's not what the key is for, I guess. Unless I need to open it, unless I need to use it from the inventory. Unlock the door by the... Wait. It says second floor key. But the Butsudan, that was downstairs, wasn't it? But it's confusing because it says second floor key, unless it, I guess second floor just means the middle floor and not the top floor. What's going on down here? I guess there isn't really any point in saving again because your progress... Okay, yeah, you just cannot block this guy. I wonder if you can even kill him. Just at the end of this path here. Yeah, stay out. Can't get through my door, bitch. I wish I could light these candles. Okay, we're here. Oh, this is the... I see. This is where we were trying to get through before. Cool. Use my incense? I don't know what the incense does. It says it purifies the body of rods, but I don't think I have any rod. Maybe when that enemy hits me. Oh, I like the game. It's been cool so far. Honestly, it's a little confusing. It's kind of easy to get lost in the game, but I'm enjoying it. It's a pretty unique game, I would say. Used it to upgrade? I mean, maybe. I don't know. Game hasn't told me. Oh shit. Exit. I don't know if I want to go there. It's gonna take me back outside?
You print money.
Oh.
I like money.
Old man who reeks of livestock. Won't budge no matter how hard I try to move it. Four of this land stand before an old king, a boy and his mother, a farmer, and the son of a noble. The boy's eyes and mouth black, bloody pits. His mother speaks first. I was awoken this morn, I found my boy like this, bloodied and beaten, eyes and tongue shorn. Looked and found hair from a big black swine. It was the farmer. He stole from my boy so he could buy wine. The farmer cries out second. It surely was not me. I'll tell you what happened and then you shall see. Our kingdom is ravaged and our coffers all reduced. Rumor has spread the crone somehow found wealth. I broke into their home to take some for myself. And there in the boy's room, who did I see? The noble lay with the boy. The guilty is he. The noble was the third to chime in. Father, it's true, I lay with him, but his tongue and his eyes, these claims I despise. My sweet boy, I truly love he. But for all I tried, he would not love me. So I went to his mother and asked for her aid. Help she did offer when a small sum was paid. At night I returned, and there I saw he, but his eyes had been taken, he could not see me. My love was robbed, that has been shown, but it was not I who did this, it was the crone. Fourth, the crone turns from them all, crying in shame. Lastly, the blind mute stands silent. With what has been stolen, he can't attest to the claims. 3 crimes had been wrought, the confessions laid out, the thread. The king, angered by all, ordered them hung until dead. Okay, so, well... The blind mute stands silent. Oh, that's the one that doesn't move. Okay, well, I mean, I think it's pretty simple. It's just the mother, farmer, noble, and then crone, I guess. Well, so there's the old woman, there's the boy, that's obvious. Oh, this is the one that doesn't move. That's the farmer, and then... Right, there's the younger man, that's the noble, okay. So... Mother, farmer, noble, Well, actually, wait, because I guess the mother. Okay, maybe it's the boy first. There's a gem in there, but I don't think I did this right. Hmm. Hmm. Hey, Smoke, thank you so much for the 37 months, man. And Dabbing Dad, thank you for the 9-month resub. Thank you. Did I come from this direction, or... Wait, where does this go? Goes back outside. Okay. Oh, man. I want to do that puzzle first, because we need that gem. I'm almost certain we can do the puzzle. It's just the matter of getting the right order. I thought we had it correctly, but maybe it's not as simple as it seems. I mean, he said angered by all, ordered them hung until dead, so... I mean, did he also kill the mother too? Did it reset? Alright, let's try... Let's just try the old woman, I guess, twice. Okay. I guess that was it. It's just... The mother, farmer, noble, crone, which is the mother, I guess, again, and then the boy. Wait, so that made that go down below somewhere? I don't think we can... Can't really get at that. Alright, well I guess it's downstairs somewhere then. In like one of the rooms. Question is, do we go back out the exterior then? I guess we can take a look at what's out there. Which fast food burger chain has the largest difference between their ads and their burgers visually? I don't know. Very... Solve obscure puzzle, I have to go find the reward after. I mean, it wasn't that obscure. Oh, it's literally right here. There. Look at that. Man, you guys are making me hungry though. You guys are making me hungry. When's Expedition 33? I mean, I already played through the game. I beat it. I didn't do some of like the end game super bosses, but... Have I been down? Where am I? Oh, are we in the... Oh, we're in the kitchen. Interesting. Doesn't show this path in the kitchen though. You just have to like remember, I guess. My opinion of the game? I mean, I'm enjoying it so far. It's a little like... Oh, come on. Oh. Oh my. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck it. Like, dude, the animations are just so... Like, I'm trying to attack and I'm pressing the button, but nothing's happening because I pressed it too early. Oh. Door enemies, man. I wonder if I'll be able to like upgrade my max. Oh wait, I can... Oh, I should make an offering at the shrine. I kind of forgot about that. Maybe we can make an offering and get something from that. Because I think we can maybe improve our like max stamina, potentially. Yakushi's Grace. Call upon the grace of the Yakushi Buddha to mend light wounds. Okay, well, we can't unlock this door outside, but we need to remember we can go through the kitchen to get here. You prefer this timing? It's not really... It's just, like, there's a lot of delay in animations and stuff in this game, that's all. Is it this way? There's combos. I mean, you could do like a heavy attack into a light attack if that... Is that what you're talking about, or...? What do you mean? Oh, right, combos. Left, 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 left. Okay, I mean, it's pretty standard stuff, but they have specific effects. Yeah. I mean, I can see that. I don't know what F means, though. And it's not like I know what effects I need to apply, either. Honestly, dude, I would rather have stamina, I think. 5 stam. Alright. Why are you able to take them back out? Maybe they need to be placed in the correct order, I don't know. Okay, well... So that's great and all, but now I'm not really sure where to go anymore. Was there more to explore upstairs, or do I need to... Maybe I need to go somewhere else now. I'm not sure. We were here. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. Well, you know what? We unlocked the shortcut. We can go... We didn't go to the third floor. We forgot. Oh, goodness. First person Diablo? Yeah, sure. I think I should just use the kick now. Oh, he's dead. I guess he was bleeding. Today I encountered a new creature that somewhat resembles a beast I read about in a Chinese medical journal long ago. I believe it to be a fury corrupted by the dark magics of this place. A subspecies of the tanuki, these creatures are nocturnal and normally feed on fruit or spiders. The ones here, though, have developed a taste for flesh and have grown far larger than their counterparts outside this realm. Its variants have grown fat and slow from eating the many corpses that litter this place, so they don't pose much threat unless you encounter a group of them. If you do come face to face with one, be aware that the skin of the beast is impenetrable. They are unable to be cut by blade, pierced by spear, or set ablaze. The only method I've found to deal with them is to strike them with a fist or a blunt weapon. That seems to be the best method for knocking them down. Once down, they could be dispatched with overwhelming blunt force to the front of the head. They are fragile and die very easily using this method, but if wind blows into their open mouth, they will return to life, so it is best to flee from them quickly if the skull cannot be crushed in time. Okay, so we can probably stomp on their head. Yeah, I know. I know that it says what's blunt. My first hit of a combo is blunt, actually. Die. Oh, you can actually. Whoa, what the? Oh, shit. I'm gonna fucking die. Never mind. I'm fine. That might have been it. Yes, I'm not sure. Is this where I came from? Oh no, I'm going... Oh, okay, I see where I am. Hello, Distro. What's up, buddy? Money. Money, money, money. Oh. I think the merchant's in here. Congratulations for surviving so long, traveler. Here's a tip to help you out. The castle is corrupted and shaped by the Demon King's magic. It's full of twisted things like his games, but also secrets and treasure. When traveling through the castle, make sure to examine everything carefully. For example, see that wall scroll? Yeah, I already figured it out. We have $100. Ooh, a portable lantern. Oh, shit. Man, if only I didn't buy the hand axe. Well, honestly, the hand axe has been good. I would like to get that lantern. I wonder if I missed stuff behind the... Alright, let's see what's down here. Maybe there's money. Where the hell am I? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, how do you like that, bitch? Help! Oh, shit! Oh. Oh, shit, he actually did help. Yo, thanks, man. Oh, here we go again with this. Oh, come on! I'm not looking down enough, so I can't. Fine. Fine. Everything's fine. Where are we? Oh, we're back. Oh, it went around in a circle. Okay, cool. Oh. Wait, max? How many mushroom pouches do I got? Fully restores stamina when consumed. Ooh, wow. Another tea as well. Bigger attache case. Yeah. Oh, shit. Dude, this game is just like... I'm so confused. I mean, it's not that confusing, but yeah, there's... The map is... Okay, so we're like going along the outside. It's a late 90s game. No, this game came out like a few weeks ago, I think. I don't know, I'm not a big graphics snob, I don't really care. I am still enjoying the game. We're maxed on arrows. Oh shit. We should probably try to use our bow a little bit. All areas look the same. Yeah, there isn't... The sign posting isn't like super great. A lot of stuff does look fairly similar. I do agree with that. Okay, where are we going? We're at 3F. I wonder if I can kill this guy. Oh, we got him. Got him right where we want him. Oh, row. Where you going? Oh! I think I can even kill this guy. I'm gonna try. It seems like you just stagger them. I don't think they can actually be killed. Yeah, I am getting like rot buildup or something. Maybe you can hit the thing on his back, yeah. Alright, let's see. The Lord described them as unkillable. Oh, did it? You're probably right, honestly. Not a huge fan of that. I don't know what to do against this guy. Guy constantly on me. Thank you for the $2, Cactus Enjoyer. Thanks, man. I mean, should I try to go back up to the 3rd floor again? There we go. Okay, wait. We can just bring him out. Rip bozo. You have to correct what you did wrong. Yeah, but I don't think I can because I gave the statue to the cat merchant. Oh, jeez. Okay, I got an instrument. What's up, Xanax? That's pretty cool. I'm enjoying the game so far. Okay, so I think that red door is, yeah, thought I saw. I also go down this way though. Murderers, thieves, adulterers, those who use vile language, heretics, those who persuade pure laywomen to drink so they may defile them, and those who have corrupted women with the riches are the residents of this hell. A rope is thrown around the sinner's neck, and the wardens drag the sinner across rocky lands and oceans of fires for a distance of 500 million Johannes until they finally reach this hell. The wardens then skin the sinner from their head to toe before placing their raw bodies on the hot iron ground to roast them. Then they pour molten iron over the sinner. The pain of this is indescribable. I feel like they would be dead before they got to that point, but maybe not. Oh! Need to find the blacksmith. Oh, here we go again with the fucking... These fuckers. No door here? Hmm. Am I gonna do the new map of Peak today? Probably not. I think the maps are just randomly generated anyways. Okay, so... Oh wait, no, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go... Oh, here we go again. Can I play the instrument? I mean, I could probably do something with it, but I don't think I know what to do with it. The strings have rotted away. Why don't you kill the crying monster? I don't think I need to. Yeah, maybe that's what I should do. I don't know if we went over here before.
Toilet, bitch.
We were over here before. Wait, oh, this is where we were... This is where we were smacking the guy in the head. Over and over again. Also, rats, thank you for the 5 months. Oh, there's another... Awkward when there's like 2 door transitions right next to each other. Oh, right. Okay. So this is where I came in from outside. And this was just... Oh yeah, this is where I got all the arrows before. I mean, I'm kind of lost. I'm not sure where I need to go. I have an instrument now, but I don't really know what I'm supposed to do with it. Who does the labyrinth belong to? Who do you think? Like there is a pathway somewhere down there. I guess maybe it's the 2F staircase here? Could it be? Oh, did we go down this way? Fully? Isn't this like a shortcut? Oh my god, where am I going? Running my own Night Rain tournament? No, I don't really care. Night Rain isn't really a good competitive game in my opinion. Quite frankly. Right, that was the shortcut that led back out. No FromSoft game is? Okay, I mean, I don't know if I agree with that, but... I mean, Night Rain is nothing like the other Souls games. Night Rain is literally a game that's like built on RNG. Oh, we're here now. What other FromSoft game has you game over or run? Well, that's not really what I mean. Night Rain is a terrible competitive game because the only thing you can, like, your build every single run is random. How quickly you're gonna kill something is just completely RNG. Not to mention 90% of the game is on like a fixed timer. So there's only a few minutes that are relevant in the entire run. Terrible for competition. Oh. I mean, no hit in a Night Rain competition isn't good either. Night Rain is just terrible for it's just not a competitive game. Like, doesn't mean you can't try to make it competitive, but it's just not. Even no hit would be completely bullshit. Well, okay, not completely bullshit, but like some even if you had a no hit run, somebody could end up killing the boss. Somebody could have an attempt that's 5 times easier to no hit the boss because they got really OP weapons and relics, or well, not relics, but well, relics could also affect it. Night Rain is just shit, guys. For competitive, it's just not. You can make a tournament, but it's not good for it. You could find a way to make everyone play on the same seed. Yeah, but the loot that you get from the bosses isn't the same. It's never the same. Okay, wait, what is this weapon that we just got? Can I actually equip it? Oh, wow. Wait, what did it say? Useful for making mochi? Can I break the like boards with this or something? Okay. Well, we got a hammer here. That's nice. Armored Core used to have a competitive scene. I mean, any game can have a competitive scene. It doesn't mean that it's good for it, though. I mean, hell, like, look at Dead by Daylight. The devs of that game also want to try to, like, make it competitive, which is just... It's like... not a competitive game. Doesn't mean they can't try. All right. Man, I don't know where to go. Should we go? Well... Talk to the merchant again? Yeah, I mean, we need the 4th gem. No, I haven't talked to the blacksmith's wife. There's something here. The exterior, I wish there was a map of like the outside too. Maybe we should go back down and go to the forge just to see. God, this fucking game is so I mean, it is called the Labyrinth of the Demon King after all. Oh. Hey, thanks, man. Wait a sec, where is the... Okay. Merchant protects his customers. Yeah, what a nice guy. Dude, I could have sworn I had an incense, no? Maybe it was a different one? This hammer seems pretty good. Well, yeah, I'm not really sure where to go. I mean, I guess just downstairs, like we said before. Maybe we could go... What about the heavy attack? Map in this game just kind of confuses me sometimes, though. What's going on? Oh, I was never here. Okay. Okay. Progress. Another T? It's gonna go outside, but hopefully this leads somewhere. This leads us to another gem. I don't know if that push does that much. So, okay, hold on, let's see. So if I go to the weapon combos, F, so is F like the parry? Damage? The heavy does a ton of damage. I don't know if F is the parry, but it doesn't, seems like it's the lowest damage. It might be the parry. F is foot? But why would it be foot? Foot has no relevance to your weapon, no? Oh, it's not a one-handed weapon, too. Dang. The double.
Welcome
Guess it
home.
takes like 4 minutes. Follow up after a successful parry, yeah. That makes sense. Damage depend on your stamina? Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's like Dark Souls 2. Hold on, let's go back inside. Just make sure there's nothing we missed here. The goop man is here. Use an altar? Eh, we're okay. We're chilling. Look at that. I don't even have any incense to offer. I could have sworn I found one before, but I guess I didn't. Or I used it or something, I don't know. There's 2 doors? Okay, this is the 4th floor. This other door might be a shortcut then. Oh yeah, looks like it. Oh, we're maxed out on T. Dang. Yeah, so you might as well use the heals, because otherwise you're just going to be full on them anyways. Hello, gentlemen. Goodbye, gentlemen. Okay, we were here before. I really thought I had another incense, though. It's not. Hello, Mojito. We're so full on supplies. Yeah, I mean, unless it didn't save the incense. It does kind of look like there's a boss here or something. use the salt on the box with the fungus. Man, it uses so much stamina. If you can just heavy if it's best just to like heavy attack with 2 stam. Oh, he has a health bar. What is going on? What even just happened? Wooden coin red. That's not the gem though, is it? We have so many of these now. I'll take some armor. Hero armor. Heck yeah. I look sick. There's 2 T's here? Oh my gosh. Oh! The gem! How much money do I have now? 560. Oh shit! I'm rich. Alright. Nice. Can I get out of here? I don't think so. Alright, well. There's 2 T's in there I couldn't grab, but that's fine. I mean, we're maxed out on the T's. Alright, well, time to go back. Can also get a... I'm gonna get a health. It's only 5 away. Wait, there's a fungus box in here? Oh shit, there is. I was blind. Get the stem. Yeah, well, I wanted to see how much health you got from it. Dow handle. Oh, that can be used back towards the beginning. There's like the crank, or what looked like a lever. Can't remember where exactly that was though. Oh, that's right. For the sword. I forgot this was called the Dow blade. Can I actually just combine it myself? Oh, I can. FL. Oh, so you can do a counter attack into a light attack. Which way do I want to go here? Is that where I... I'm like so bad at this map, it's insane. Need to go back to the entrance hall. I wish that there was a fucking compass in this game or something. Like, the problem is I just don't know. I don't know which direction I'm facing a lot of the time. Like, I really do feel like a compass would have been very nice. Do I need them in the right fucking order? I don't even know what I don't know what the order is. I don't know if my notes are useful for this at all. Maybe I should talk to the merchant again. Oh, is it this one? Four heavenly guardians. Oh, the north with his black armor, pagoda in hand. Okay. West is white, north is black. Do I have a black? South is red, east is blue. Aha. Had the right idea, I just didn't realize it. Like I remembered reading about it. You had to scroll further in the note. Fuck is that? Whoa! I don't want to go back downstairs though and go to the forge. Where does this... I remember, was I able to go... I think it's this way, right? Yeah. Mr. Blacksmith, are you home? I don't think he's here, guys. Maybe it's a different forge. I guess. Wrong way. Where the fuck am I going, dude? Oh, right, it's up the stairs, not... Game really is quite a labyrinth. Okay, where does this take me? I've been up here? Did I just push something into the mess hall? Looks like. What's up, Guinevere? The stamina regen is so rough in this. I mean, you do have stamina recovery food. Oh, thanks. It is nice the enemies, like, attack each other. I do enjoy that. Okay, so we need to go back this way to the mess hall now? That's all the way down left. Oh wait, there's a I think there was a shortcut. Or is the shortcut in here? Oh yeah, yeah it is. Wait, no, this is to the war room, not the mess. Oh. Made a hole? Taking a while to load. Did it crash? No, it's just taking a while, alright. We're back downstairs. Ooh, a Naginata. Like Elden Ring. Wait, where am I? Oh, I'm here. It's just not showing. I don't know why that loading time took so long. Strange. Oh wow, this weapon is... Got the friggin' Black Knight halberd, guys. But you can skip the like loading screens. The like door animations. They don't actually do anything. A tea house. Maybe I should check it out. Bathhouse. Courtyard. And a hole. Oh. Honto. Can I go through this door as well? Yeah, there's a ton of weapons in this game. Wait a second, is this where I... It looks the same. Bath time. Box of bullets. Did we have... we have 630 bucks, man. Coins, man. Fucking rich. We've only found 2 incense though, which I feel like we've definitely missed some. Oh god, what are these rooms? You missed the tea house? Well, yeah, I know. I know I missed a bunch of stuff back there. Obviously, I'm just trying to find a save spot. Alright, I think I'm gonna call it a night here though, guys. I started my stream kind of late today. Been going for a while. But yeah, this game's really cool. We'll continue with it tomorrow, I think. Maybe do, I don't know, maybe we'll do a little bit of Night Rain tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure, though. Yeah, guys, Death Stranding 2, in just a few days now. Gonna be sick, dude. Can't wait. Yeah, I think this is a good stopping point, though, because, like, we just got to a new area, so we're not gonna be confused, like... Well, we're probably still gonna be kind of confused, but... better than being, like, halfway through a section and then stopping. No, apparently this game's, like, 6 or 7 hours long, so... I am not beating it today, no. How did RE4OG go? It was fun. We made some more progress on the rando. It was good. Well, we finished the rando, I should say. I don't know if we're gonna do permadeath in the OG or not. I mean, it was fun doing the permadeath before. I don't like the OG rando quite as much as the remake, but it is still fun. But with Death Stranding 2 coming out in a few days, You know, I mean, I could try some attempts at the RE4 OG permadeath, but you know, I'm not going to be able to finish it before Death Stranding 2, I reckon. Pretty unlikely. It also crashes a decent bit, that randomizer, which is kind of annoying. Just first try it, yeah. Death Stranding 2 comes out on, I think, Monday or Tuesday.